Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia, how are you doing? Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙑𝚂. Hello, am I live? Okay, that was really weird. That was extremely weird, I don't know. All of a sudden my OBS lost connection to the stupid Twitch server. So yeah, no idea what happened there, but hopefully now it's gonna be good. I should be live. Oof. Okay, take two, I guess. Hello everyone. I can say good. Yeah, that was weird. That never happened before. But okay, I was saying that today I hope to wrap up the API project, like finish all the small things that I wanted, and at least like release the basic version, because I still have a lot of plans in terms of features this API server will support. But for now, that should be good enough. So today what we need to do is we need to slightly rework this sockets.io server, the node server, because I want to physically separate the front channel where the public clients are connecting, and the back channel where all the like actual server components are connecting, so I can like do some proper network level routing and firewall rules. Because yeah, I could theoretically implement a very actually probably I should still implement a very basic authentication, but yeah, I'm not completely trusting that, because if you get control of if you can like connect as an API server, like pretend you're an API server, then you can basically do a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to. So yeah, I want to physically separate those. So let's start with that. It should be relatively easy to do. Hello, Gambit Mojo. I have a few days off for vacation since the weather is nice. Just went for a few seconds, for a few hours. Lunchtime, more swimming later. Nice. Came in to see if you need anything. I don't necessarily need anything, but thank you. Enjoy your vacation. So, the stuff I'm working on looks complex. Yes and no. Like, in terms of architecture, yeah, it's a bit complex, and I've like spent one full stream, I think it was last Thursday, and a few hours after the stream just trying to figure out the architecture. And still, that was not the final version that I have here. This approach was developed basically over like 2 days with some experiments. But then after that, it's just a matter of implements and stuff. I have 216 hours of vacation time, 403 hours of sick time, early missed work. Nice. Do they like give you reimbursements if you're not using all the hours? Because usually, like at least here, it's a good practice, and yeah, it feels nice if you didn't use up all your holidays. You can expect some like monetary compensation, which is always nice. I was said to have so much time. Yeah, enjoy your vacation. Looks like it's very deserved. Some of the time gets translated to money at the end of the year. Okay. So, let's start with what? Let's start with setting this port to be the front channel. We're gonna call it front and back channel. Yeah, let's do that. So front channel port, and we're gonna have also a back channel port. And let's do this one, 3001. Rather have money, yeah, can totally understand that. Now here, let's just name it front channel port and back channel port. New York, New York. Okay, so I need 2 servers now. So this is gonna be I'm using it as like direct thing. Okay, to just access the socket. Also, I shouldn't, because this is supposed to be an actual namespace. So this is supposed to be world namespace. This is, yeah, this is the client namespace. And we have just 4 namespaces defined here. Okay. So now we can rename this to front channel server. And we will have another one, back channel server. And the back channel will not have course. Doesn't need that. But yeah, I think unfortunately I would have to set course rules for the front channel to accept everything. It's a little bit dangerous. But I don't see how I can make it work without that. Okay, client namespace goes from the front channel server. The other three from the back channel. Hello, PLV. Hope you're doing good. And we also need the back channel listener. Does it have a callback? No. That's okay. I just wanted that maybe do something like Express does, that you have the callback when it actually successfully started listening, but that's okay. So front channel started listening, back channel started listening, port, back channel port. Okay. That looks good. And theoretically, that should be enough. So have the front channel server, just have the listener and the client namespace, and we have the back channel, same thing. Can I actually define port in the server options? No. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's verify client namespace. This is our simple check that the secret is present. We don't need any authentication here. The actual authentication happens when you subscribe your client with the given ID and the secret that you supply. That's the connection. Okay, so API. A sec. So yeah, then we have API that can subscribe clients, unsubscribe and disconnect clients. Also, Vault can send events. Good. And that's everything that we want to do with the client namespace. That's good. Now API namespace will listen to all of that. Also Vault notify us about Vault disconnect, Vault status. Good. We don't use the login right now. Then the Vault namespace. Yeah, API can send Vault status requests. we'll chat message, we'll chat whisper, and we also listen for the connections, disconnections. When the world is connected, we don't send, oh, the world itself sends hello and the status. So that should be good. So yeah, we handle disconnect and that's it. Okay, this actually looks fine. I don't think I need to do anything. Maybe let's implement a very simple authentication based on a secret. Let's do back channel secret. Actually, let's test back channel secret, because we have test secrets defined somewhere else. I don't remember where. And it's not integer. Now, in JavaScript, you cannot do that. Okay, then we just do if now back channel secret. Back channel secret is not defined. Okay, now we should do something very simple. So yeah, like here we have a simple, what is called middleware. We're gonna do something like that as well. Also, that's okay. So for API namespace, actually maybe not for the namespace, but for the whole server. Yes, I can use the middleware. This is gonna be invalid secret. Not the front channel, back channel. For the front channel, we set that. Okay. Front channel server will just check if secret is set, and then it's gonna use it when you try to subscribe or unsubscribe a socket. Then back channel, this one needs to actually check if the secret matches. Very simple, but should be effective. Right? No, wait, if it does match. Well, let me change it, because this is not what I'm used to work with. I'm used to like negative checks. Like that. So if we don't have secret is empty, return. And here, if we don't have that, that's the error. Right? Okay, that should be good. Okay, Let's close all of that. I want to launch my server in VS Code. So API server. Well, we'll see in a moment. First, let's start. Let's start this thing. Okay, so front channel started listening port 3000, back channel 3001. Good. So now, if I try to connect the API, it should fail, although I'm not actually displaying any errors there, I don't think. Because right now it still connects to port 3000, which is now front channel only. Well, it doesn't state that the API server is connected. So yeah, that did work. Now, what do I need? Hello, Architect. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dev from the future. What do you mean? All right, we need to define this in the settings. Wait, where is it? Is it here? Wait, where is it defined? Ah, it's defined in the dependency injection. The default value is there. Okay, so now it should connect, but the authentication should fail. So it still should. New API connected though. New API connected, huh? I mean, you're ahead of the time, yeah. Yeah, okay. Right, why was I able to connect to the API? That's the question. It should have failed because I'm not supplying the secret. Huh. Or maybe this shows... Not sure, to be honest. Let's test. Because that looks weird. That looks like it's actually working, although it's not supposed to. Let's try to connect our vault. Hello. Oh my god. How do I pronounce this? 𝙽𝚵𝚁 Muraro? Hi. Is this MMORPG browser based? No, it's not. It's a like fully fledged 3D MMORPG. You can check it out here to find out more. Yeah, it's a full-on MMORPG. Okay, so I need to find out if it actually is working right now without a secret, which shouldn't be the case. Let's list worlds. It is working without a secret. What? Another thing that I'm trying to do is collect feedback from people that are still playing the game and writing down manners to make the player's experience better. Yeah, that would be helpful. What did I do wrong? Why is it connecting and actually working? It's not sending any secrets right now, so this should fail. No complaints, just direct ways to try and solve the main concern of the people. Yeah, that sounds nice. Okay, let's bring back to what it was. Because seems like I did break something with this. It's connected again. What? Is it supposed to be defined per each namespace? Or what? Server use. Registers a middleware for the main... Okay, that makes sense. For the main namespace. The server use is alias of the root namespace. If I have multiple namespaces, I have to define that per each namespace. Well, that's a bummer. I was hoping that it's actually going to be defined on the server level. But okay, that at least now I understand what's wrong. How am I going to register multiple middlewares then? Call it 3 times? I don't want that. Now it should be working. Okay, now it's not going through. So we should, status 4, which is unknown, I think, or offline. I think it's unknown. Okay, so that works now. Now I need to actually define the secret. I think I should move these options to an actual how is it called? I don't even remember how that's called, like configuration thingy. This thing. And this should be here as a default value. And this can be gone. Or wait. Where is that program? This needs to go here. Ah, it can't go there. Well, it can, technically. Right, builder configuration, like that. Let's move this one above. Okay. Let's restart. So it still shouldn't be able to connect. Oh, what's that? Object reference. Yeah, that's another thing that was a bit weird. I'm not sure what's going on, but looks like this thing returns null. Oh, wait, configuration section name. Ah. So I don't even need to forward that thing. One sec. Let me do that real quick. Can just do it like that. But now it's a different method, right? I wanted to debug that a little bit. Nothing. So it does return null. Why? Oh, this one doesn't have that at all. Section is there. So section is there. And then what did return in? Line 35. So, and this one is null. Interesting. Section is there, but configuration get returns null. Returns new instance of T if successful, default otherwise. Attempts to bind the configuration instance to a new instance of type T. If this configuration section has a value, that will be used. Otherwise, binding by matching property names against configuration key is recursive. Wait. Attempts to bind the configuration instance to a new instance of type T. If this configuration section has a value, that will be used. If it doesn't have a value, otherwise, binding by matching property names against configuration key is recursive. Type of the new instance to bind. Maybe I can just create a new instance. Well, I can't. Ah, I see. So it only returns a new instance if the get was successful, if we have anything in the configuration. Yeah, by default, have null, I guess. Binder options. How does it create a new value? Not sure what would be the best way to fix this. At least I now understand what's going on. Like I have to have a section in there, and it shouldn't be empty. To have this. That's weird. One sec. Another thing is, yeah, I need this unchanged thing because it doesn't work automatically. I did try that before. And I don't want to use the configure method. You know what? What we can do here is we can specify that it still should work. So the class should have an empty constructor. And if that returns null, we just do new t. Maybe that would be the way. Okay, that seemed to help. Yeah, right now it cannot connect. That's good. Now we need what? Now I need to actually specify that in the config file. One sec, let me close the stuff that I don't need. What was the secret again? Why did I close that? Still, got to actually use it. It's just an object. Okay, perfect. Now I have the connection. Okay, good. And the same needs to be done for the world. So it should be doing that here already. Here we just get rid of that. And copy this to there. Which is still not enough because we need to define this in the config. I'm gonna put it in general because I'm gonna probably reuse it API connection. Now we should be able to connect from the vault. So let's restart it. We should theoretically see new vault connected, and the status should change from 4 to 0. Nothing. That's interesting. Don't even know. Should be working. Don't see why it shouldn't. Secret is there. Now it's connected. I don't know. Weird. Maybe I didn't save some of the files. I don't know. But yeah, now it's working. Yeah. No, it's not. What? Wait, what? So right now it is working. Let's try one more time. Working. Why didn't it work the previous 2 times? Interesting. I have no idea. But we will see. Maybe later we will figure out if it repeats or something. For now, this is okay. We have our secrets. This is gonna be our simple implementation. Okay, I need to commit this fix first. Yeah, this is another thing that I wanted to change. Yes, then at the end of the stream, figured out that I can actually introduce events within the controllers and subscribe to them pretty easily. So I'm gonna remove this class in a moment. But for now, I want to finish this thing first. And I think actually we just did that. We have front channel, a separate thing. Front channel port, which is used only for the front channel server. I just wanted to make sure that it's still working, but first let's also implement this. One sec, I want to verify. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to add a timeout after the connection. And when the timeout expires, if the socket is not subscribed to any events, we're gonna close it. So this is gonna be set timeout for 10 seconds. If socket rooms, that's just a set. Okay, rooms size equals 0. Then we just do socket disconnect true. Otherwise, we're gonna tell API that it is connected, which is gonna be our way of actually updating the last connection time. And here we can notify that it is disconnected. So what we're gonna do is we need to use API namespace emit client connected or subscribed connected. And we're gonna send socket ID. And then here, when it's disconnected, gonna send client disconnected. Yeah. Now on the API level, one sec, let me close what I don't need anymore. Now here, gonna subscribe to, let's actually move that above client connected. Transport ID. No, transport endpoint. And we will have client disconnected. And then here, we're just gonna do notify the API. Okay. Now I need to actually do some stuff. This is gonna be weird. I need the login database. Let's try to implement it like that. And then maybe I will do some refactoring, I know. So what I need is transport equals transport repo get by, no. Ooh. I don't have the ID here. I only have the endpoint. Ooh. Okay, I don't think I can do this. Like, yeah, I am receiving an endpoint, and I could theoretically look up the database for the endpoint and mark it as connected. But I don't really want to do that because the endpoint could be a pretty big string theoretically. It is managed by the users of the API. They can supply whatever they want. And we don't know the transport ID, we don't know receiver ID or anything else. So unless we send transport ID together with the subscriptions and we send it to... Actually, we can do that. It's gonna be subscribe client, have client ID secret. Client ID is the transport endpoint. Secret. What I could do is I could add the transport ID and then store that ID here. If that matches, then we can probably do client socket dot data transport ID equals whatever we send. And then here we can, yeah, let's do that. So this is gonna be GUID transport ID. Gonna send it. Can probably do the same for the other three as well, just in case we would need that later. And then here, transport ID. This is, wait, where is it? Here. We receive transport ID first. We assign it here. Unsubscribe, we don't really care about that. Only care about secret and the client ID. Will it complain about the argument that I'm not using? Looks like it's not gonna, which is good. Yeah, I don't need the transport ID on unsubscribe. I don't need it on disconnect. Unless... Now this should be fired. Then we will know it. Okay, so on connected, we now know the transport ID, right? So if room size equals 0 or this is missing, then we disconnect. Otherwise we send it like that. And disconnect, we also send it like that. If disconnected ends, we have the transport ID set, then we do that. And now here we have transport ID and transport endpoint that we can check. So now get by ID is gonna work. we have the transport ID. Transport equals null. No, we don't care about that. If it's not equal null and transport endpoint equals transport endpoint, then we could do transport wait, where is the last connection date? Did they not map it or what? Or was it in the receiver? Oof. It's in the receiver. Why is it in the receiver? Well, I can technically just get the receiver repository and update the transport. That's not a problem. But I'm not sure if I should. So why do they need that field at all? Yeah, it is here. I didn't make a mistake. And transport doesn't have it. I wanted to have that field so maybe I can delete receivers that are out of date. Because those hold the subscriptions. Do I even need that? Do I even need that? I don't even know if I need that. I can update just the transport, right? Just the transport and set last connection date. I could theoretically even update the status, like connected, disconnected, but I feel like it's gonna be a little bit unreliable. Like, if the socket server dies, we will just never receive the update. So it's not safe to rely on that. Unless I'm gonna build like a very sophisticated check system, but it's not needed here. All I need is to know that this receiver is not being used anymore. Should I even do that? Because technically I don't care. We have limitations of receivers per client, transfers per receiver, subscriptions per receiver. So it's not like you can create a million of those receivers. And even if you do, that shouldn't matter at all, because you still need to actively connect it. Like you have to create a WebSocket connection. And only then it's gonna subscribe, and yeah, it's not gonna do anything to the API database. Like nothing dangerous at all. It just stores the list of subscriptions. So then when you connect, it will actually subscribe the socket to the events that you've subscribed. So technically I don't need this, but I think what I'm gonna do here in a sec. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move that field last connected to the transport. Then it will actually make sense. So from the receiver last connection date, we're gonna move to this thing. And now we can update the transport. What? Oh, transport repo update transport db commit. And this will only trigger 10 seconds after you've connected and like subscribed. Actually, we can only rely on the transport AD, to be honest. We don't need to rely on the rooms. Yeah. And when disconnected, we just don't care. But if we want to care about that in the future, we can. Okay, now I need to update the SQL. How am I gonna do that? Do I create another change set, or do I roll back and create, like, update the previous ones? I think I will roll back. And then we can check the whole workflow. Actually, not 3. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we move this last connection date to an actual transport. This is where it belongs. Error? Oops. That was the first one. I really hope so. Yes, okay. The table, though, no, it should be rolled back. It's paused because I'm still thinking in MySQL stupidity. But yeah, we should be good. Let's just change the table name. Last connection date. And while we're here, I also want to introduce a update date to the receiver. How do I even call it? Previously, I want to be consistent. I don't like this creation date, update date, last update date, last updated. And it's not going to be nullable. Let's create an index on that. So now I need to map those. No, first I need to create that field last updated on the receiver. Like that. And I need to update the maps. Okay. Now let's apply the migrations. Okay. Let's check. So receiver has last updated. Subscriptions just have a creation date. We don't need anything else here because you can only delete it. And transport, now has last connection date. Good. Why is it so laggy all of a sudden? That only happens when I'm streaming. Normally it's very responsive. Okay, we have that, Close that. Now, this is good, but we need to go back to the controller, event subscriptions, list, create a receiver, that's good. Delete receiver. Oh, yeah, there is also this disconnect. So now we need here transport ID. Right, list subscriptions. We don't need to do anything. Delete subscription. We need the ID now. Good. List transports. That's fine. Put transports. Now put transports needs to also update the receiver. This is why I created that field. So I have the receiver already. We do all of that. Then we also do receiver last updated equals etc now. We do receiver wrap update receiver, and then we commit. Disconnect client, we need transport ID there, and for subscribe as well. Good. Now I probably need to also do that for characters controller, yeah. And for the vaults controller where we create the subscriptions. Like that. Okay, we should be good, I think. I remembered to do everything that I needed. And now, every time you create or basically update the list of transports, the receiver update date changes, which is good. And when a client is connected to the transport, we set the last connection date. So we should be good. Okay, API connected, vault connected, should be good. We are good. But yeah, now my receivers are gone. Because we deleted the data, the tables. Yeah, receivers are gone. So I would have to create those. But first, let me check that I finished everything. Yeah, I think it should work. We just need to test it. Actually, that should be really easy to test. Where is the file? Now here. Why can't I connect? Secret is empty. Oops. Yeah, if secret is there, we do next. Yeah, looks like I didn't roll back one more step when I checked that. Okay, connected. Now I wait 10 seconds. We should get disconnected. Yes. Perfect. Connection closed. So yeah, now you have just 10 seconds after connecting to the WebSocket to register that as a transport. Otherwise, you're gonna get disconnected. That's good. That's gonna prevent any like stupid flood. And I think we are basically done with this server, node server, at least for now. Probably this would have to get extracted. And yeah, we will also have to like update, like add more messages and stuff. But for now, this is good. Actually, probably this is even a complete set of messages. So from API, we are able to like work with the clients. We can request the vault status. Well, I will still need login status and probably some more real-time functionality. Actually, I don't know. Maybe this is it about like executing stuff, at least for the public version. I would still like to have like API to control the servers, but that's going to be like an internal API, and that's going to be much later. For now, this I think is it. Maybe in the future we will have an option to send text mail without any items, just some text, but I'm not sure if that's going to be of any use. And that's the only thing that's left in terms of real-time interaction. Chat was the most important one. Everything else, like most of everything else, can be done through the database directly. So yeah, I think this is everything that we need. Okay. So yeah, I think server is done. And just to test stuff, Can I connect to this socket? Well, I can technically if I have that. And this one will stay open because this one's completely different. Actually, why didn't check the secret? Where is my secret doesn't match or something? Huh. Ah, because I'm connecting to the root namespace, which is not existent. So yeah, you cannot do anything from this namespace, it's just gonna hang in there. So yeah, I think this is fine. We can test like the actual authentication if we try to connect as API. Yeah, that's not allowed. Invalid secret. Perfect. Okay, good. We have our node server. So I think this one is done. Now, what's next? I wanted to... Yeah, remove this chat event handler completely. And move these events to the actual controller. This should be really easy. Just like that. So this is gonna be looking like this. Let me ask you, do you have a trailer, Jira, or linear? I've never heard about linear. At least all the things that you would like to do in Ymirheim, like some place to organize the ideas and development. I'm using Obsidian, which is like a markdown text editor with directory structure and stuff. And I moved to that relatively, what's the word, recently. Before that, I was using Microsoft OneNote, but that one obviously doesn't run on Linux. And I'm now using Linux on one of my, well, on my laptop. So I have Windows on my main PC that I'm streaming from right now, but I also have a small laptop that I use to connect to the PC. But yeah, long story short, I do use Obsidian, and I keep like all the to-do lists, all the notes there. Yes, Obsidian. Obsidian.md, if I remember correctly, is their URL. But yeah, it's not like meant to be used by multiple people. It's just a personal, you can say like personal knowledge-based management system. Or a very glorified text editor. Yeah, I'm not planning on making this public. Yeah, it's just, it does contain a lot of stuff that I don't want to make public. A lot of stuff that's like internal stuff, like related to the infrastructure and stuff like that, it's not gonna be any useful to you guys. To you guys, maybe something like Trello would be nice, but I would have to manage that completely separately. And I can speak ahead of time, if I even set it up, it's not gonna represent the truth. Because, for example, my next global thing that I would wanted to do is like rework Monster Drop a little bit, add some equipment pieces. And I was thinking that I'm gonna do that like a week ago, but instead I switched to this API server completely randomly. So it's not gonna be very representative of the actual state of development. Maybe I could try to make it work, but I don't know. For me, it's more comfortable to just work on whatever I want to work right now. That way I'm the most productive. But yeah, I did try to keep myself within reasonable deadlines on certain tasks. So let's now delete this chat event handler. It's not everything that I... Oh yeah, now I can remove it here. Now I need to update this thing. So we don't have the chat event handler, but... Oh yeah, we already have the zone packet router. I did try to use it yesterday. Like that, the mail notification. Okay, so now we need to do the same thing for the chat controller. There we go. And yeah, we also need to unsubscribe as well. I for sure understand the thing of not having up-to-date Trello and to work as a project manager as my daily basis job. Nice. Sometimes Trello can only make your job harder than it should be. Yeah, like for me right now, if I would start supporting Trello like that, that would be like just an additional thing that I would have to keep in mind that I need to keep up to date. And I will probably forget about that in I don't know, like uh-oh, I have a problem. I forgot about this thing. So this is when we send a chat message from the API, and we basically duplicate the logic of the controller here. Crap. I didn't think about this one. And I cannot trigger the events external. Well, technically I can, maybe, if I create a method like this, within the controller, but then it defeats the purpose of what we just did. Crap. Yeah, I forgot about this. I didn't like this in the first place, because yeah, we are duplicating the logic of the controller, except we're retrieving the data from the WebSocket message instead of from the binary packet. But the rest is basically the same. And to do this right, I think the best would be to create the same kind of chat event dispatcher that I did for the zone server, except it's gonna have much less handlers because we don't need chat commands, we don't need flood protection, stuff like that. Actually, can I use exactly the same chat event dispatcher that I have here somewhere? Chat message dispatcher. Chat event args. Sender has a session. No, I can't. But technically this one's easy. You just register a bunch of message listeners, order them by priority, and then execute them. You can create similar chat message dispatcher. Because yeah, even if I fix this problem with the events, I will still have code duplication. It's not a big deal, like it's not a huge code, it's just triggering, like requesting a connection and sending the packet. So it's very mild, but still, I think it would be better if I create an actual dispatcher and then use the dispatcher in the controller and in here, and that dispatcher will like send all the messages. Yeah, I guess I would need to do that. I already deleted the event handler, but technically this is a completely different thing. So that's okay that we deleted it. Where is the chat controller? Here. It's just what concerns me is this dispatcher would have to be basically the same thing as we have in zone. Actually, maybe I can... Maybe I can somehow make this generic. Here we tie it to the session, but on the world, we don't have that, right? Right. Yeah, I think I would have to duplicate that and just remove the session. I could theoretically make this a template and the sender could be represented by multiple different types. Then I would be able to reuse this. But I don't even know if I want that. And that probably wouldn't work with events. I think you cannot have templated event args, if I remember correctly. So yeah, let's just duplicate it, but make it for the world only. And let me see, do I need any kind of sender information here? Just the name, which would be within the event. Just sender name. Target ID type. Chat message. Here we reuse it. Yeah, let's do that. And I think I'm gonna just write it from scratch. Just gonna call it the same way. Actually, no, I can copy most of this. I already have the chat event args. Yes. We need the message listener. Message listener. This can be copied. Just priority handle chat event args, which is this chat event args. Okay. And that is done. We have our event args. So this one just has sender name, message, and propagation stopped. We have chat message event args, which is like the global chat. Type, channel ID, target ID, this is optional, and target link code is optional. Actually, no, you can't theoretically change anything. And then whisper, have target name, sender ID, which is optional. Yes, okay. So we have that. Now we actually need to create the listeners. How do we call it? Yeah, just listeners. And how do we do this? How do we do this in there? area message listener. I see. Okay, that's easy. That's easy. So I'm gonna copy one of the listeners because this is a nice example. Where the hell is it? So this is yeah, chat message with listener. And then remove all of that. We can copy probably this chat message listener. There it is. We just need this. So we need the world. Hello doll. So yeah, we need the world and what else? Chat controller can be there. This is actually everything that we need, theoretically. Now we need to extract the channel ID and stuff like that. But this chat message event can actually represent two things. It could be a targeted or it could be something else. So let's take a look. I need the chat controller. Actually, I can separate that into multiple events because here I need to find the session ID. So let's rename that to a targeted chat message listener. That's the session ID, right? Yes. So that's targeted, and let's do a copy. This is gonna be just a normal chat message listener, right? Or do we call it global? I think we do call it global. And chat message. Yeah, global chat message. And this one listens to the same event, but without the target ID. Okay. And this one actually contains everything that we need, and it works this way. So we need Let's move that to separate lines. So that's channel ID. Let's rename that to args, because otherwise it's gonna take a lot of space. Channel ID, type, sender name, message. The last one is target line code. That also should be there. Okay. We have our handler. Now for the targeted one, we need to replace this with let's think. If we find it, then we need to do the same thing here. Okay, that's our handler. We have two of them now. And the last one would be the whisper. Whisper. Wait, how do we do this? This would be the same as the targeted, right? Because we do gonna look for the session. No. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. So let's copy this. Chat. Whisper. Now we're gonna copy all of this. So args target name. This can be copied from here. How are we gonna send an error in that case? Wait. So if we couldn't find the character, we need to send the error back to the person who sent this, or to the world who sent this. First of all, we need the sender ID. If it's not empty, then we would have to do this thing. Yeah, like it's a little bit more code, but that's okay. So we send it back to the sender session. And we send this send whisper error packet. just like that. Yeah, a bit more code, but that's okay. Oh, and yeah, we need to implement this. So again, let's format that a little bit nicer. So sender ID, which could be empty, sure. What was that? Sender name. Then that's the session ID that we found. And message. Is that the same that we do here on Whisper? Zone connection session ID empty. It's gonna be empty if we send it from the API. That's fine. Sender name session that we obtained here. Yes, that's the same thing. Okay. So we have all the listeners right now that actually do something. Right. Now we need to register all of that in the dependency injection container. So I need dependency injection. No, not here. Chat services. So we need to register the chat message dispatcher. And we need to register all the listeners the same way that we do in the zone. We don't need the commands. We just need the listeners like, yeah, like that. That's easy. So we need chat whisper listener. Global chat message listener. And targeted chat message listener. Again, probably I don't need the targeted one because I'm not using that packet, but that's okay. Maybe in the future it's going to be useful. Okay, so I have all of that. Now we can redo the controller. And this one, yeah, we just construct the event, chat message event args with the target. And instead of this, wait, did I implement the stop propagation thingy? Yes. Okay, good. We order by priority, so if I increase the priority value, that's gonna be after. So, for example, my API integration could be like priority 2000. Okay, good. So, yeah, chat controller. Now here in the chat controller, I could do chat event dispatcher, chat message dispatcher. Okay. So we created the arguments from the incoming data, and then we just do this. dispatcher, dispatch. And that's it, right? This is how we're doing on the zones. Yeah. And we can get rid of everything below, because that's implemented now in the listeners. And the same can be true for everything else, basically. Nice. Wait. Now we don't need these events. Yeah, now we don't need these events at all. And the controller now only responsible for parsing the data and creating the event and sending it to the dispatcher. Perfect. Now, do I need the vault? Chat whisper error. Yeah, that's gonna stay. That's totally fine. Unless I want that to be also forwarded to the API. Do I? I can't. Actually, I can. I do have the name technically. But no, I am not gonna do that. Okay, that's good. But now that means that instead of subscribing to those events, I need to create my list. Unless I just listen to the chat dispatcher's dispatched event, right? Does it work like that? So message received. Then we process every listener. We break if we stop propagation. And yeah, we notify the dispatched with the final state of the event. So yeah, we can just subscribe to that single message, that single event, and send the message from the API. So this is gonna be chat message dispatcher. Now there we do message dispatched. We also need to unsubscribe, yeah. So now here, Wait, what? How's it done? I already forgot. Excuse me. Is. There we go. Actually, no. Target should be empty. So if it's chat message and the target is empty, then we emit this event as global. And for the whisper, we do this. There we go. Okay, now to send a message, we just duplicate whatever we did here. So we should already have the arguments. We just need to dispatch those. Where was it? Yeah, we already created the arguments with all the data. Now we can just get rid of all of that and replace that with chat message dispatcher dispatch. Just like that. Now we don't have any code duplication. And everything nice and easy. Okay, that looks good. Now back to the mail controller. Mail controller, on the other hand, can have like a simple event. We just didn't create the arguments for that. We need the target name to be within the arguments. So for that, I already have the mail folder here. So let's do new mail notification event args. Let's go with that. Right. target name. And that's it. Then we use this in here. And we can send what? We need to emit a new event. This is character new, mail new event. Subject is gonna concern a character. Like that. And then the payload is, I don't know. Doesn't need any data, to be honest, but maybe we can put the target name. This is just a notification that new mail arrived. That's it. Maybe we can include something. No, it's just new mail notification. We don't have anything here. No data about the actual email, nothing. That's okay. That's okay. And yeah, that should be it. We now have the new mail notification working. We don't need anything else on the API side. It's just a normal event. And we now can do these events basically for anything that we need. One thing that I wanted to do, but I'm not sure if I can do that privacy-wise, is friend login notification. Because of the way my server is designed, when you log in, it sends the notification to all the friends in your friend list, regardless of if you have like mutual friends with them, if they added you to the friend list. You just only send that. But then when the server receives that on the side of the other person, then we check against the friend list, and only then you get notified that your friend is logged in. So probably I would have to move that logic to this social controller, probably. This one, this is the packet. Friend info update. Source name. Alert. And target names. This is what we get. And the actual friend info, which should contain like location, level, I think, stuff like that. So try to find by character name, and yeah, we just send it to the zone server, and then the zone server will just check if the source is within the friend list, because that information is already loaded there. But if I would need to send these notifications to the API, then that's more complex. I would need to check for each target name if the source name is their friend, and only then send a notification. I could do that, technically. Not sure if I should. Like, I could access the database from here. And get all the records within the friend list database. Where... What's the structure, actually? Oh, it's even more complex. Yeah, we only store the character ID who added a friend and the name of the friend. And if you want that the other way around, yeah, I can't do that. I need to know the character ID, so that's gonna be also request to the character table. That's gonna be too much. What if we delegate that to the API consumer? Like we right now delegate that to the zone server, that it filters out only active friends, and it just ignores the updates of everyone else. What if we delegate that to the API client, that it has to implement that logic? Do we care, privacy-wise, if we receive a notification about somebody else who entered the game that we personally don't know, but they added us as a friend, and this is why we received the notification? Privacy-wise, I don't think there is a problem, because they agreed to add you to the friend list, and this is why basically they are sending a notification to all their friends that they are logged in. On your side, though, you can just easily filter it out if you don't want it. You just request your own friend list and just compare if the incoming notification concerns one of your friends. If no, you just ignore it. Or if the person even is in your blacklist, then you also ignore it. Seems good. That technically has a larger scope than you have in the game. So basically, right now in the game, you cannot see if somebody who added you as a friend logs in. You have to add them as a friend as well to see that. But on the API level, that would be visible. So you will see that somebody is logged in or logged out just because they added you as a friend. Like, I don't think it's a concern from the privacy standpoint of the person who logs in and logs out, and you receive their information basically. Because that's on their side, they decided to add you as a friend, so they basically trust to give you some information. On your side, though, now you see everyone who added you as a friend logging in and logging out without you having to add them as well. Still, I don't think that's a problem because I wanted to implement a thing for a long time now. When somebody adds you as a friend, you should receive a notification that somebody has added you as a friend. Would you like them as a friend as well? Because right now you have no idea if somebody has added you as a friend, and that's a problem. Yeah, that should pop up. Like, I don't think you need to agree necessarily. Actually, maybe I actually have to implement that when you try to add somebody as a friend, they have to agree. And only then you end up in their list. This is, in my opinion, how that should work. But that's not how it was implemented by Gravity. Most of MMORPGs follow this logic. I, to be honest, don't even remember any case in any MMORPG of like friend management. Probably because I'm pretty antisocial when I'm playing games. But yeah, I think the way it should work is you send a friend request, the target receives that friend request, and they can decline or accept the same way as we do that right now, for example, for a party request. And when you accept, then you can add the friends, like link those together. And the data structure would also have to change, because if one of the parties removes you as a friend, it also should remove them from your friend list. Okay, for now, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna leave this as it is working right now, because yeah, I would have to change even the data structure, the way I'm storing this in the database. Because right now, I'm even trying to, like, how do I even say that? I'm trying to improve that on the privacy side when the character name changes. Like, theoretically, a character name can change. And in my implementation, when that happens, everybody who added you as a friend no longer see you. Well, they see you in their list under the old name, and the friend information doesn't work anymore. Oh, that's a problem though. So if you change the character name, and before that you forgot to remove all your friends, the first time you log in, the API will send the information that you logged in, which technically doesn't really explicitly reveal that you are the one who was like, doesn't reveal your previous name. It just reveals that you added them as a friend. Well, it's a complex topic. I think I'm gonna skip this whole thing for now, and later I will just try to re-implement the friend list logic properly with friend requests. Not sure what to do with character name changes. Probably if I'm gonna implement that to be available, I will have to like add a bunch of disclaimers that you have to remove all your friends if you don't want them to see your new name, and stuff like that. the Ymirheim ID is accessible in a in-game context, or is used just to log in? It is just used to log in. You don't see any mentions of Ymirheim ID in the game. That could help us. I don't know how, but I think even if I implement right now that you receive a notification that somebody logs in, one of like the friends logs in, only when they have added you as a friend, that should be good enough. Like, it will serve its purpose. Like, you will see that your friends log in. It's just, yeah, you will see everyone who's added you as a friend, that they log in or log out, but you could still filter that out. And yes, API in this case would provide a little bit more information, like you would see everybody who's added you as a friend, but I don't think that's a concern. And later, when I redo the friend list logic and actually have the both-way confirmations, I could also add some disclaimers, like your friends will see your name changes and stuff like that. And the API will improve. You could add Ymirheim ID as a friend, so it doesn't matter the character that logs in. I don't know, to be honest. I don't think I would like that. Like, if I'm, for example, role-playing, and I have two characters on my account, one that I use for role-playing and the other one is for something else, I probably wouldn't want people to know, like friends from my role-playing account to know who's my other character. I don't know. I think it should be only tied to a specific character. One thing that we can do is, right now, like if you have mutual friends with somebody in the game, when they log in, when they change location, stuff like that, you receive their information. You receive their class, base level, class level, and where they're located, current zone. We could omit that information from the API just to be a little bit safer on the privacy side. You would only see that somebody logs in and logs out. But you would see that for everyone who's added you to the friend list. And then on the API client side, you can easily filter that out by just requesting your friend list and comparing that incoming information. If they are in your friend list, then you only see that. Let's do it like that. Do we actually receive a notification when somebody logs out? I mean, a friend logs out. How do I check that? Because I can only see probably a login, friend info update. Yeah, I think you'll only receive when somebody logs in. But yeah, let's check that. So we do Vault, Social Controller. Send friend state change. Yeah, you do receive when they log out. That's indicated by current zone ID being 0. Okay. So how do we do that? I guess we just implement an event here. And that would be friend info update or friend info source name. Yeah, friend info event. Do I have like social section or something? No, I don't. No, I have characters. Where is the friend info located? In characters. Okay, so we do that. Friend info event args. What am I typing? There we go. Now back to the controller. We have public event handler, friend info event args on friend info update. Oh, we also need alert and target names. Oh. Yeah, we also need alert and target names to be in that event. Array or... yeah, I guess array. Okay, so then here, when we read all the information, we can do create that friend info event args. How? Wait, what? Oh, I'm stupid. And we fire the event. And here we don't care about anything else. Now, in the... where is it? Here. We need to subscribe to that. Similar to this. Friend update. Oh, actually, that should be here. And then I think I can directly emit the event. So depending on the type, so args friend info zone ID equals not equals 0. In that case, we do friend login. Otherwise, log out. That's our event name. Then the subjects will be the target names, which you need to select. Target character names. Select. That's right. What's going on? There we go. Okay, that's our subjects. Yeah, that would mean that we send this event to everyone from the target names. And we push that. And what do we push in the payload? I don't want to push the whole friend info thing. But what do we have? I guess, yeah, name for sure. What's ID in here? I think it's just the arbitrary number. Yeah, that's the database. ID in the database. Doesn't matter. So we're only concerned about the name. And this information we can send, but we're not gonna. Just in case, for privacy reasons. So we're gonna just send name equals that. We'll have lunch. Bon appetit. Okay, so now we also have the friend info events. Do we need anything else? No. So we can now receive events about chat messages, both incoming and outgoing. We can receive private messages, incoming, outgoing. We can receive new mail notifications and friend login, logout. And I think this is it. This API connection on the Vault side is done. Still need to test it though, especially the chat dispatcher. Okay, next thing. Wait, let me double check here. Yeah, we just use the dispatcher accept the error message. We just should forward that to the correct session ID in the game. That's fine. Social controller. Yeah, we now fire this event. Friend info request. What is this actually? Ah, I think I remember. No, wait, target names. I think I know. It's when somebody adds you to a blacklist, you no longer can see them. Okay. Yeah, this is something that we need to also implement, but first let me verify everything else. Mail controller, we added this new notification. That's perfect. Yeah, now the login server. I think this is the last piece of the puzzle. Still need to think about showing up the characters online in the API. I don't think I want to do that. If you're in the game, that's okay. But if I show that in the API and somebody makes that publicly available, it could be a way to discourage people from logging in, I think. Like you expect somebody to be in there, maybe, and you don't see that, so you don't log in. Other people also see that and they also don't log in. I don't know. I still need to think about this. And the access level, for now, that's okay. So yeah, I think the only thing that's left for this API, at least for now, is the login server connection. Now the question is, again, do I need to close the API when the login server is down? In theory, I don't really need to do that unless there's some kind of like actual maintenance going on the login server that affects the database. Because API does access the database directly and it doesn't execute any migration, so there could be some conflicts. So I think just because of that, I'm gonna play it safe and shut down the API when the login server is down. Even though theoretically, once you log into the game and you're playing, login server can go down at that point and you wouldn't even notice anything. It's not taking any action in the actual gameplay. It's only used to manage your characters, to log in into certain world, and that's it. So technically all the API stuff that we have can be still done without the login server, except API actually checks your login information when you're trying to do some actions, like send a chat message. We do connect to the login database for that. So yeah, I think it would be safer to shut it down. So yeah, let's do what? Let's do this API. We can copy this section and put it into the login server. we get rid of... Oh, login server doesn't import the game library. What? Why is that? Oh, wait. Don't believe that's the case. It should. So that's a mistake. So we can easily add... Wait, what? Oh, that's the world. We can easily add it. It's just, yeah, I didn't need it before, but yeah, now I do. Okay, now that's there. We remove everything related to the world. And that. And that. And that. The namespace is login. We don't care about any of that. Right, right. Don't care about any of that. Status. That's literally just true always. Like login is online, and that's everything that we need to know. Now we can remove all of that. That hello. Do we actually need the hello? We don't. Because for the world, that was used to identify the world ID. Now for login, we don't need that. We can just send status. All of these events also can be gone. Now, wait, when the login connects, yeah, it can send hello. Well, status request, send it to the world. Actually, we only need to know that the world is connected to the socket, right? We don't need not the world, the login is connected to the socket server. We don't need to actually request the status of the login server because it doesn't have status. It's either connected or not. So we can create something like login status request and right away see if we have a login server connected, at least one client. We send, yeah, true. If not, we send false. We don't need to actually get the status. Or do we need like amount of characters? Now I have like user session registry. We could return the amount of users connected, maybe. Do I need that? Probably not. Could be useful later for the internal API, maybe. But yeah, the login server itself doesn't have a status. It's just always running. The vault does have a status though. Just to unify things, let's actually do send both hello and status. Hello can be empty. Status can contain something from the like amount of characters registered. Registered sessions count. Yeah, let's do it like that. That way it's gonna be like unified across both login and vault servers. Should be nice. Also, when where were the events on start, right? So this session registry, session created. Can you? Something like that. Yeah, we'll do something like that for the world as well. And we just send hello, send status, not hello. Okay. Then in the socket, we're gonna have login status. And this one will just have a single argument, registered session count. And we send it to the API. Oh wait, that's a run namespace. So I need a login namespace. And let's move this to there. New login connected. Hello will be... We don't need to handle hello. And we don't have the old lady. We just do nothing for hello. We send the login status. Right, now on the API level, we're gonna have this login status request. We don't have any arguments, and we only just forward that to the login namespace. The same thing. Login status request. We don't have that right now. Let's copy that from the vault. Unconnected. I need unconnected. This. Status request. There we go. Login status request. We send status. Good. So now API can request login status. We will send that to the login. Login will send its status. We send that back to the API. Okay, good. And now we just need to handle that on the API level. And for that, I actually had an idea. We have this world manager, right? Where we have all the registered vaults. I don't really want to create like login manager or something like that. So I want to rename this to game server manager. This is gonna become vaults. This is gonna be get vault. Okay. Now this, I need to rename the file as well. This can go in the root. And we also get rid of that in the namespace. This will break stuff. Yeah, I think this is gonna be good. Actually, this is gonna be nicer if it's gonna be called game servers. both here and here. There we go. Game servers get vault. That looks good. And now we just add login information here. So this is going to be public bool is login online and public int registered login sessions. There we go. Now we can fill that in with the 𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 service. Well, this connected. Now that's something that I forgot. Where is it? Well, disconnect. Aha. Yeah, I forgot about that. So login, disconnect. Now we're gonna have the same event without the ID though. Just the fact that the login is disconnected. Okay, good. And we need similar events to these. Actually, now I needed the vault to be highlighted. So this is login, disconnected. We don't have an argument. We don't have anything. We just do this. Oh, this thing is still called vault manager here. This is called now game servers. So now this game servers is login online equals false. And login status, we have one single thing, integer, which is register session count. We put that into game servers. Like that. Okay, now we should be aware of the login server. Now, this is not everything. Also, we should request is status. And disconnected, yeah, I also need to update this login state. We assume that the login is offline when we disconnect from the API. Where's the request vault status or something? Yeah, here, send vault status request. Gonna add send login status request without an argument. And we need to also do it here, unconnected. Just like that. Okay, I think we're good now. What's this batch and saved file? Yeah, that's useful. Okay, I think this is it. So let's shut down everything. Oh. Actually, something that I was doing this for is what I forgot to do. So here, I need to check. I don't have that service. Oh my God, this thing is stupid. So if this game servers is login server online is false, then we throw this exception. Or do we just return null? Now let's throw an exception, which is login server is offline. Something like that. Okay, that should be it. So now I guess we can start everything. Hopefully it works. Okay, so the API is working. I want to just see how it's doing. Login server is offline. So I can't even request the list of faults. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Okay. But I know how to fix that. Wait, where is it? Vault controller. This thing is stupid. And just to be sure, I want to check that I don't have stuff like that in any other controller. Let's just use action result, because returning an actual model seems to be a bit janky. Well, here I think we can do that. Connection. If this is the only place, though, I'm gonna change it. It's just it's very nice to use generators to return data from the controllers, but looks like I cannot do that. Otherwise, the response could be malformed. Yeah, that's the only place. So let's get rid of that. Wait, where was it? Event subscriptions. Yeah, it's here. And this one is actually very easy. I don't need to change anything. It's not using generators. And let's change the test as well. Just like that. There we go. Now it's not malformed. Now it's good. So login server is offline. Good. Now we bring the sockets up. Login server is still offline. Okay, 1 sec. So now we can start the gateway and we can start the login. It's not connected though. I think I forgot to register the actual service. Yes, I definitely did forget that. So I need to copy this. Here. Let's try again. What? What? Did I forget to save the file or something? Yeah, I think I did. And we're not connecting though. Because no, wait. Because I didn't add it to the program. Yes, so it needs to be added here. Just like that. Login connected. Okay. Login server is offline. Login server is offline. Even though it says connected. Let's try again. I don't know. Login server is offline. Ah. It should be somewhere here. So login status. Yeah, this login status should indicate that the login server is online. I'm not doing that. There we go. Let's restart everything. So API start. Node start. Login server. There we go. So now our login server is online. Let's kill it. Login server is offline. Perfect. Now we have the old list. Now if we kill the node server, login server is offline. Start it again. We're good. And let's do the same with the API. If we restart the API, we should still receive the status of the login. Yes, perfect. Okay, we're now aware of the login server status. Let's start the vault. So just starting the vault like that without any zones wouldn't change anything. Oh no, it did change. 2. What does 2 mean? I think that's offline. Yes. Okay. It was unknown. Yeah, it was unknown. Now we know for sure that it is offline. Good. And let's start the zones. Now it's in line. Okay. We are good, I think. Now everything should be working. So now we need to test all the subscriptions because, yeah, we now don't have anything. I did revert the migrations, so yeah, all the tables are empty. So list receivers, those are empty. Create a receiver. That's our receiver. If we list receivers, it's there, I mean. Okay. List receiver subscriptions. Empty. List receiver transports. Empty. Perfect. Now this, if we try to connect, it's gonna disconnect us in 10 seconds. Perfect. Now I want to subscribe to some old events. Wait, I need receiver ID. Vault ID 1, test client, receiver ID, event type, world chat message. Okay. Now if we do list receiver subscriptions, there it is. Hello, Religy. One day I will know how to program like this. Yeah. It's not too hard, to be honest. It's just like you need to get used to it and understand a bunch of new stuff. But once you get into that, it's relatively easy. Like initially, I anticipated to create this API thing, like the very minimal functionality, in one day. But that was too ambitious. It took me a week, basically. I started planning that on Thursday. And then, yeah, the rest of the days on and off, I was working on this. But okay, we have subscription to the world chat messages. Let's also subscribe to character. Now I need the receiver ID. So characters, I didn't test that. So I need to authenticate now as a user. And let's list the characters on the world 1. That's my character. Get character details. That's my details. Good. Yeah, subscribe to chat events. I need receiver ID. World ID 1. I need character ID. And event type. Let's subscribe to everything. So chat whisper. Have that. Friend login. Friend logout. Mail new. Okay. This is gonna be it. Now let's list subscriptions. There we go. We have our subscriptions. Now, I need to create a WebSocket connection. So this is set receiver transports. Again, I need receiver ID. And I need to log in as a client. So receiver ID is there. Transport type, WebSocket. Transport endpoint is something that we're gonna fill in within 10 seconds after the creation. Hopefully we can make it. If not, I will just increase the time. And this is our test secret. So now, connected, created. Now we should not get disconnected. We should be actually subscribed to all the events. Looks like we're good. Okay, now we send the chat message. Actually, I want to log into the game and I need the chat, the username, character name. Channel ID 1, type 4, message tests, message from the API. So now let me log into the game real quick. I'm gonna log in as test, not as Neris. Okay, so now let's send just a chat message to the channel. Test message from the game. There we go. So let's inspect ID, timestamp. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Old chat message, subject old ID, payload channel ID, type sender name test, message from the game. Good. Now let's send a personal message to Neris. Test whisper. There we go. We can receive that. Character chat whisper, old ID 1, character ID, sender name test, target name Neris, message test whisper. Good. Now let's send a whisper to somebody else. I don't care to who. And we don't see that. Okay, good. We only subscribe to Neris events. Right, now what? New mail. Oh, I want to test that. That should be really simple. We just send mail. Compose to Neris. Actually, let's test lowercase. Test email. Send. Oh, my mailbox is full. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, I don't see a notification because it wasn't sent. I need to clean up my mailbox to test this. But okay, what else do I need to test? Let's try to send messages. So yeah, test message from the API on behalf of Neris. Missing required scope. Character, game characters chat to read. Ah, yeah, this is client. Sorry. And yeah, I can see that both in the game and here. Test message from the API. Good. What else? Test whisper. Let's do that. So old ID this, character ID this, test client, target name test. This is the character that I'm logged in as. Message test whisper from the API. I can see it, and I should be able to also see it here. Yes, test whisper from the API. Okay, perfect. That works. I would like to have some kind of indication in the game that the message is sent from the API, not from the actual in-game character, because that could be a little bit confusing. That's okay. So chat message works, whisper works, list character, get character details, subscribe works, list receivers works, create delete receiver, we didn't test that yet, list subscription works, delete subscription. Yeah, let's delete a subscription, why not? So receiver ID, this one. And let's delete old chat message, why not? Okay, now when I send a channel message, I shouldn't see anything. Perfect. let's also test that with this endpoint. So I can see that in the game. I don't see that in here. Perfect. Now, that was delete a subscription. List receiver transports. Okay, that works. Not sure if I should publish the secret in this response, although I think that's fine. That's literally what you supply through this API and you can get it back. That receiver transports is working. Oh, and we also have last connection date. Yeah, I didn't test that before. Now it's actually working. Good. What else? Well, we need to resubscribe back to that event. And yeah, we can test if that actually creates a real-time subscription to already connected socket. Yeah, that's working. What else? So regarding all the methods, I didn't delete a receiver. I'm gonna do that, but later. We did test delete subscription. And we tested everything else. So we only need to delete a receiver, but that's for later. First, I need to log in as Nairis, add test as friends, and clean my inbox. I just noticed that you are again with clip. Okay. Sorry, I was focused on trying to test this stuff. So first of all, friends. I need to register a new test. That's done. Now I need to clean up my mailbox. Oof, I have 6 pages. That's gonna take a little bit. Okay, we should be good. My mailbox is empty. Let's log in as test. And I should see friend login. Or no? No. Because it should be the other way around. It should be Nairis added as a friend to the test. Okay. I'm here thinking how to integrate the bot with the API, but in the future, we'll burn this neurons. Yeah, you'll figure that out. So yeah, I need to register Nairis as a friend. So Nairis. Oh, and right away I received the event Huh. Why? Did I forget to filter out by alert? I think, yeah. I think I forgot to filter out the alerts. And that... Yeah, I did forget that. Args alert. So if not alert, we just return. Because yeah, I did receive the notification right away. That's just because the data was sent. But that's okay. So first, let's see if I can send a mail and receive a notification about that. Yes. Character, mail new, target name, nurse. Okay. Now let me log out. Friend log out. And log in. Well, I actually need to restart the vault for that. Just because of this that I've added. So let's do that real quick. Right, so the last one was this. Now let's log in. There we go. Character, friend, login. Test. And if we log out, character, friend, log out. Perfect. And now let's try to change zones. So let's warp to 5, I guess. So I should not receive event after this. Okay, good. Now back. Perfect. And when I log out, yeah, character, friend, log out. Perfect. So that works. Everything works. I think we are done, actually. Yeah, I didn't test receivers. Crap, I exited the game. 1 sec. I wanted to try and delete a receiver, and that should get rid of the connection. And I should stop receiving anything. So... So let me log in. Friend log in, good. So what did they want to test? Oh, chat messages. So first of all, if I just send a message to channel, yeah, there it is. Now we're gonna try and delete a receiver, right? Now, first I want to try to delete a transport. or create event. No, let's try completely deleting a transport. Gonna save it. And let's push. Okay. Disconnected. And if I send a message, I don't see it. Perfect. So now I still can reconnect. Just use new ID within 10 seconds. Good. So right now we haven't connected. And there we go. Now it is connected. Now if I send a message, there it is. And now final test, we delete a receiver. Disconnected. And I don't see the messages. Perfect. So everything works. I think we're done. There's one more thing that I wanted to tackle is this thing. So I wanted to forward the access level from the client that way I can assign different access levels to different clients. Let's try that. Let's try that. So what do I need? So first of all, let's check that everything is gone again. Yes, everything is gone. So now I need to create a claim. Client claims. Never done this before, so hope that it works. Type value, let's do 10. Client ID 8. Right. Client claims. So now how do I test this? First of all, list volts. This is where we're gonna test this, and I need to obtain a new token. And I need to inspect it. Let's actually do this on the other monitor. I'm not sure if I'm gonna expose anything sensitive. Oh, it works. I can see client YHUL. And let me check that with the authorization code. And I don't see that. But I have the actual user access level. Okay. So that access level only visible when you authenticate as client credentials. Good. So now I can do it like instead of default access level, could, how do I do this again? like this, but I'm gonna use client 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. And this needs to be int or even byte. Yeah, I can't do this in basically like one line. So let's like expand this. So let's comment this out. Access level equals this. Options. Default access level. Then if user is not null, we do access level. Yeah, user access level. Good suggestion for once. Then if no else we do this. One sec. If that's not null, then we parse it. Byte parse. Okay, let's see. So we set the default access level from the config. Then if user is authenticated, then we use the user's access level instead. Otherwise, we try to look for client access level claim. If it's not null, we put the value in the access level. This is it, I think. So now we can set default access level to 1. I think I need to do that in the settings. Default access level 1. Oh. I also need to make this configurable. Let's do client access level claim. Let's check that that's the same. Yes. Okay. Did I set the default to 1? Yes, okay, good. Let's close all of that. Okay. So now we should operate based on client access, well, user access level, if it's there, then client access level, and then default access level. So how do we test this? First of all, Well, I'm gonna just output the access level into the console for now. Let's restart. Okay. So we're authenticated with the client credentials. Good. Access level 10. Now, if I set this value to 2, right now status 10, clear, authorize. Now we don't see the world because our status access level is 2. Good. Now, if I rename this to something just to test, authorize again. Now my access level is 1. Okay, perfect, it works. So now I can assign access level to the client. Awesome. Awesome. And now let's remove that. And final decision, characters online. Do I publish it on this API or no? And if no, then how do I do this so I personally can access it with my client? So one option would be to just leave it here and let it be visible to everyone. Another option would be to make it nullable in the result and only set it when you meet certain minimal access level. Then you can see the amount of characters online. And third option would be for me to create a separate API, which I'm not looking forward to. Let's make it nullable. That way I can at least make it configurable. Also, channel count, that can be also nullable. So if it's null, that means that we don't know the value. Let's do it like that. So, and in the old channel count, that's also going to be the case. Let's inspect where we set it. So instead of 0, it's going to be null when we lose the connection to the world. And if we do have the connection, then we set it. Okay, good. Now back to the controller. This also needs to be updated. If we are not able to access the vault, we set those values to null. And let me see the characters online as well, where they referenced. Good. So now, we just do default access level. Access level to see characters online Let's set it to 60. So now here in the world controller, what I'm gonna do is if access level less than this options less than that, then we do world model characters online equals no. Should be good. Let's test. So this is my client, which has access level 10. And we cannot see the characters online. Good. Now let's authenticate as myself. I should have some big access level. There we go. Now I can see the characters online. And what else? I wanted to test something and I forget. And if the world goes offline, so for example, yeah, the world needs to go offline. 1 sec. So right now it should be 0, 0. Now, well, let's kill the zone server first for the test. And we should see different status. It should be 2, which is what? Offline. Good. Characters online 0, channel count 1. And if the world goes offline, then those are null. Perfect. Let's bring it back online. Perfect. It works. I think that's it. We are done with the API server, at least with the current functionality. So what we can do, we can list worlds, we can subscribe to world events, we can create event subscriptions, manage basically all the event subscriptions, very flexible thing. We can list characters, get characters details, we can subscribe to character events, we can send the chat message, which is currently only supporting channel messages. We can send whispers. This is great. Okay, what else do I need? And in terms of events, what do we have? Well, chat message. That's only the world event that we have. Then character, we have everything. We have chat whisper, friend login, logout, character mail new. guilds are not implemented. So for later, we will still have like new market listing, and this is everything would be in terms of events that we can implement in the API. Can I do that already? What do we do when we register a new listing on the market? Register market item. Yeah, we count the amount of items, validate everything, we put the item into the container, transaction fee, we delete the item. There, market entry. Market item registered is being sent to the controller. What's that? Statistics. Yeah, that's for statistics. So I think, yeah, it only registers that in the database. It doesn't send any notifications to the vault. So to implement that, I would have to send a new packet to a vault. Then on the vault, I would have to create an event like we did for new mail notification. And then I would be able to send it to the sockets. Well, it's doable. It's not hard at all. But yeah, this is something that I would need to implement separately. But okay, at least what I wanted to have initially, I have everything basically. This is good. So yeah, now I would just need to deploy this, test this more. Oh, I would also need to set up it properly with like Nginx frontend, set up like Docker instance. Okay, I'm gonna do that off stream. Not gonna stream that. But yeah, I would need to deploy this now. I also need rate limiting. That's gonna be on the Nginx level, I think. Or Nginx plus the API somehow, not sure. No, I think it's gonna be just on the Nginx level. I have all the information that I need to do that. I mean, on each request, have all the information. So yeah, I think this is it. We have our API. I just need to set it up. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today as well. Let's find somebody to raid. Who can we raid? Actually, let's raid 𝙽𝙸𝚂. Okay. So yeah, we're finally done. We're done with the API. So I think tomorrow I'm gonna be busy. I'm gonna be streaming something else. We're fine with this, I'm pretty sure. I still need to like test it more, but first I want to actually set it up properly with like Docker setup, continuous integration and stuff like that. And yeah, set it up and test it. It looks good. It does what I needed. So yeah, tomorrow we will see what I'm gonna stream. Not sure yet. Probably some more like gameplay changes, or I don't know, we will see. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Have a nice day, and I hope to see you next time. Bye bye.